This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a safe experience playing this game. For content warnings, please visit the official website. By playing Doki Doki Literature Club, you agree that you are at least 13 years of age and you consent to your exposure of highly disturbing content. Greetings, I am Amy and welcome to Doki Doki Literature Club. As the title suggests, this is not my first playthrough, this isn't blind. I've played this game many times before, but I want to start up my channel with this because I want this channel to surround around Doki Doki Literature Club. And before I start into mods and analysis and stuff, I want to start with the game itself. I will analyze a little bit throughout it and stuff, but if you're looking for a blind playthrough, I'm sorry to disappoint. This isn't what you're looking for. But yeah, I will analyze a little bit throughout it, although I'll most likely analyze after the scene is done, because I want to play the scenes completely most of the time. And I'm sorry for the bad mic quality. Maybe I'll improve at some point, but yeah. I'm also sorry if I cough or something, or if I struggle with the voices, or if I stammer. It's like normal for me to do that. Anyway, I will put up a warning if I start screaming, because I do try to match like the emotions of the characters. And I don't really want to blow your ears off, so anyway. I'm going to call my character John, for personal reasons. Not because it's a basic name or anything, so yeah. Hey! I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it's just kind of worked out because you've known each other for so long. We used to go to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she'd always sleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh, and I look for the crosswalk, and let her catch up to me. I almost left again! I caught you this time! Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You said like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, John. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you didn't have anything to be mean, even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students, making the daily commute. By the way, John, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you would join the club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible I did in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along whatever she's going on about. So you like to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average by spending my free time on games and anime. I was talking about how worried that you won't know how to socialize, have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years just because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright. I'll look at a few clubs that makes you happy. No promises though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even though she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori? Sarah must have come to the classroom while we're spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed! You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know... Know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sayori... Yeah? There is no way I'm going to your club. Mini! Sayori's vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kind of told the club yesterday that I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep! I can't have Sayori is really that much of an airhead, or if she's so cunning as to have planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine. Stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes! Let's go! And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly followed Sarah across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone! The new member is here! I told you, don't call me a new member! Eh? I glance around the room. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere! John, what a nice surprise! Welcome to the club! Always escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls! What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. To guard this our attitude, it seems apparently Natsuki is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She also is the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quiet into my ear, then turns back toward the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. And it sounds like you know Monika, is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, John. Monika smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monika's probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... You too, Monika. Come sit down, John. We made room for the table, so you can sit next to me or Monika. I'll get the cupcakes! Hey! I made them, I'll get them! Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened so that there's one space next to Monika and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrap tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Da-da! Whoa! Natsuki goes to fall off the tray to roll a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes, decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little piece of chocolate we used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea to get baking, Natsuki. Well, you know, just hurry and take one. Now, Sayori goes on first, then Monika. I follow. Sayori talked for a mouthful and was already managed to get icing on her face. I turned the cupcake around my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. What are you thinking me? It's not like Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Maybe not for you or anything. I thought you technically did. So I said, well, maybe! But not for, you know, yo! Don't me. Alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. It's not that weird of a logic. She made it for whomever was coming to the club, not directly for us. Yuri returns to the table, carrying a tea set. She carefully places the teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you. Well, tea reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monika raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure to make you feel right. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know... To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling my dream. Monika really is a great leader! Yuri also nods in agreement. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. It gets better that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah! We'll do our best. You know it! Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, John, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't have a good way of answering that. Manga. quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? Spoke start thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the room of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels, double deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in a world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually amaze me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasped something I can relate to the minimal level. At this rate, you might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. Well, I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh? Why is that? Well, I just... Natsuki's eyes stood over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind the last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud! And give it back! Fine, fine. Your cupcakes are poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands down on her shoulders. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No! Natsuki averts her gaze. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes a lot more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe you could share some of your work. Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel more comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sat in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Oh god, it's raining. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. Yeah! Let's do it! Plus, now that we have a new member, I think will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, John? Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on. There's still one problem. Huh? What's that? Now that we're back to the usual topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Some may convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still thought the clubs to look at and... I lose my train of thought. All three girls stood back at me with dejected eyes. But... I'm sorry, I thought... John... You all... I'm defenseless against these girls. Yeah, they're guilt-tripping. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? It is if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes! I'm so happy! Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! You really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Oh. John, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika for my mediocre writing skills? Oh, I feel anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey John, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Sam and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! With that, the two of us depart the clubroom and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monika. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in the literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to go closer to one of these girls. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. So, well then we'll go with Sayori this time. Yeah, we'll go with the cinnamon bun this time. My throat is a bit sore, I'm sorry. Wonderful. Fear. Dark. Play. Family. Music. Flower. I think flower is one of the higher rating words. I have seen a chart with it before, but I'm not sure. Heart. Daydream. Lucky. Dazzle. Sunny. Grief. Alone. Cheer. Defeat. Empty. Sweet. Memories. Sweet memories. Embrace. Hi again, John. Glad to see you done run away, Ernest. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. Oh, Celeste came in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, John. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst in literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on! Like he just doesn't need slack. Sayori told me you didn't want to join any clubs this year. And last year too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take it seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you sound a big mouth was unique to a manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monika and manga. Manga's literature! Swiftly defeated, Natsuki goes back into her seat. Don't worry, guys. John always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. How come? You and John can become good friends too. Sayori. As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she's put me into. Oh! You embroidered something today, you know? Wait, Sayori. Huh? Me? Not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What What do I do? I'm sorry, Yori, I wasn't thinking. I guess it means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is this... oh... yeah, I won't make a big deal out of it if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reached into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it, if you want it. This is... how is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you! I'll definitely read this! I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that I was settled in, I expected Monika to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monika having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki's rummaging around in the closet. Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slumped down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature related by myself like this? I guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me. But I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and end up listening in on Sayori's conversation with Monika. I'm probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs though. Well, we can't give up. The fest is our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not like that at all, you know. We just need a way of showing that to everyone. Something that speaks to their creative minds. That doesn't solve the problem though. Huh? What do you mean? Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds and stuff. What's this? Sayori's taking this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. That's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick? What kind? Well, I guess we could... Cupcakes! Good thinking. Sayori would love to do that. Natsuki would love to do that. Ah, you're right! Natsuki makes the best cupcakes! That works out perfectly! That wasn't why you suggested it. Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy. Cupcakes it is then. I'm hungry. Anyway, we still need to work out the details of the event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self. But therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I'm not letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it'd be like to see the world through her eyes. Ah! I open my eyes to find Zoe's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair. Sorry. Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't a napping club. Does our school have a napping club? You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know. You'll need to get used to it. Don't say that out loud, so loud. I glanced over my shoulder to see if Monika overheard. It's true, though. Yeah. I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori. It's what I do best! That's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still sleeping every day, aren't you? Not every day! That's not very convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time? It's a secret! I knew it. Come on! At least give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over you. Sayori glances around at herself. How is it written all over me? You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair is sticking out all around here. I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this. My hair is just really hard to get right. I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look, your bow isn't straight either. And there's a toothpaste stain in your collar right there. I tried to remove the stain with my finger. But nobody would notice that. Of course they would. Nobody's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I really don't care about that. Hey, you meanie! And you don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayori. Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet? That's super mean! Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind. This is so funny. What is? Well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things. Don't say that! You'll make me feel weird about it, stupid. It's okay though. I'm happy with like this. Aren't you? I guess. Hey, be careful! The button might come off! Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this thing even fit you properly? It did when I bought it! If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about? It means my boobs got bigger again! Don't say that out loud! Anyway, you look much better now, so... why does it feel strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that? Because you're not used to it anymore. But it's so stuffy! It's not worth it at all! Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more. Phew! That's so much better! Sayori puts her arms out and twirls around. So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right? What kind of logic is that? And why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like this. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned. Stop saying all these embarrassing things. Huh? I didn't say anything embarrassing. Jeez. Well, anyway, just focus on trying to wake up a little earlier. Only if you focus on going to bed earlier. Fine. It's a deal. I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are at taking care of ourselves. Yeah, I guess so, huh? So maybe you should come wake me up in the morning. You're doing it again, Sayori. Oh, but I was joking that time. Man, it's impossible to tell with you sometimes. Okay, everyone. Huh? Monika suddenly calls out. Why don't we share the poems we wrote now? Yay! John, I can't wait to read yours! Yeah, same. I failed to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve her poem. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration, since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait! Sayori and Monika enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from her spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monika wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monika's pristine handwriting from where I stood. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Now, before we go into poetry sharing, I kind of want to talk about that scene for a moment. At the beginning, Sayori followed along with the teasing. Like, she was just, hey, you mean it? It was after the boyfriend comment, which hit her so hard because she likes our protagonist, our MC. And him saying that it won't get her boyfriend means that he thinks it's unappealing, so of course that hurt her. But overall, it seems like she's okay with general teasing. Like, if it bothers her, then she doesn't really let it on, actually. So I can't blame her for continuing until, of course, the boyfriend comment, and where he just, after she calls out that it's super mean, he just continues and is like, I'm doing it for you, you thank me later. So that's a problem, but aside from that, it seems like this is just how they interact in general. On the first day, Sayori also was touchy with him in front of the others, which bothered him, which could be if this takes place really in Japan. Yeah, that's a general world topic, because in Japan touch is a very sensitive topic, so it could cause him to be embarrassed. Sorry, I'm fumbling around with a lot of things here because I keep need to fumble with something between my hands, and so I don't think it was that bad until the boyfriend comment. Not really so a friendship that I would appreciate to be in. But I know friends who tease each other all the time very heavily, and it seems that's just how the relationship is. Sayori also teases him a lot, and so he returns that, just that he took it to 4 a little bit. Who should I show my poem to first? I'm definitely most comfortable sharing it with Sayori first. She's my good friend, after all. Oh my goodness! This is so good, John! I love it! I had no idea you're such a good writer! Sayori, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. Well, maybe that's why. Because I've no idea what I like either. Jeez. I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little more constructive than this. Maybe Renowski's. Are you sure you don't just like it because I wrote it? Huh? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of people, you know? So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem. It's a John poem! And that makes it feel extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it. Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird, Sayori. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but it doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See, it's like I said before, John. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people. That's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure I have lots of fun here, okay? Lots of fun here. That'll be my way of thanking you. Alright, I'm going to hold you to that then. Yay! Now you read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day. I look above. The sky is blue. It's a secret. But I trust you, too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast. So, I like this poem. I don't really know what to say. The other thing I really know what to exactly talk about is, I've seen some people say, I think it came from a mod, that this poem is her just trying to put up her facade still, like it sounds so like this cheery sunshine type of like girl. But in actuality it already has quite a few hints at her depression. Most obvious, so like if it wasn't for you, you could sleep forever. But and also it's overall about like the MC and how she feels a little bit better, like more motivated. I don't know if happier is the right word, but definitely more motivated now that he is in the club. It has, and besides, it has a lot of thought put into like the rhythm, and I don't know what to call it in English, but like I'm not a native speaker, but like the way it's written, it has a specific. It had a lot of thought put into it by her. So it's definitely not just a poem that's to keep up the facade. That's all I want to say. Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No! Just a little bit! You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least it makes me feel a bit better about myself. Hey, don't be mean! I still tried my best. Yeah. I didn't mean to say it was a bad poem. It came out nice. Or, how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I made eggs and toast! Even though you were late to school. It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This was so much fun. Monika's the best. Yeah. But next time, I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Who should I show my poem to next? Hi, John. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, John. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I had Monika my poem. I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like. Is that so? You and Sayori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sorts of things in common. Well, we may be good friends, but Sayori and I are actually really different. Well, that may be the case. But maybe there are also similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you'd think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. You sure you're not reading into it too much? I could be! Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Sayori's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions, like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too? Yeah. That's totally unexpected. Well, to shown. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while, but feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased to their own kinds of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to ride the way everyone else wants you to ride. It's not like you've worried about impressing them or anything. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because you have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole and wall. It couldn't have been me. See? The direction. The sparkle protrudes. A noisy neighbor. An angry boyfriend. I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. I need to get into my Monika voice a bit more. Anyway, I'm pretty sure people who have played the game before know that this is about her epiphany. This is about her realization that she isn't real. But though her world isn't real, she's in the game. Also, note how there's the piano already in the background. All of the other girls have like multiple instruments and she only has the piano. And a friend of mine said that a few notes are off compared to the like it's all the Okay Everyone soundtrack. Like it's all Okay Everyone but different instruments. And the piano is a little bit off. It has a few notes off, he said. So I'm pretty sure Monika is playing this. And it just makes me wonder if the game didn't even give her like an instrument. Because she's just like a supportive character. Because that would be sad. So, what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of stuff's gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe if everyone's better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something done on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you just get a big, dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. That writing advice is very important because she oftentimes uses like this her pen, writing with her pen as a metaphor for like coding. Also, there's one thing I wanted to point out. She talks at the beginning about how you should like experiment, and of course it could just be because she wants us to explore like a poetry style, but given the situation, it could be that she's just trying to buy herself time to make her own route, because if we experiment, we never get too close to one girl to like fully go down the route. So I cannot but think that she just wants us to prevent us from approaching one girl entirely. Who should I show my poem to next? Sayori? Yuri says at the poem. A minute passes, minus 10 for the finished reading. Oh, sorry, I forgot to start speaking. It's fine, don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yeah. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it. Ah, so it's that bad. No! Did I just raise... No! There. Did I just raise my voice? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yuri buries her face on her hands. I could not but notice it's been several minutes and we really haven't gotten anywhere. It might take you a while to get used to new people. It's fine, I really didn't notice. What were you saying? Right, it's just that there's specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds a train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammer is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also did that when I was in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri's apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. But she definitely should apologize, because I'm pretty sure she and Natsuki are on a similar level of bias. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smells extremely as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? That doesn't mean they're sharing poems all the time or anything like that. Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers, I flicker back. I write more like Yuri. I think out of all the styles, I can sometimes write a bit more simple, but overall write like Yuri and Monika more. It's like poems that I could write, just not my handwriting. My handwriting's more like Natsuki or Sayori. By the way, there's one thing that bothers me in this poem that has been fixed in the Plus version. The over here is small. And I don't know why they made the so small. Like what? Especially if I feel like in Yuri's poem. Because like Yuri would probably, besides Monika, be the one who's most concerned with grammar, so this is... It bothers me that they were that small here. Sorry. I'm sorry I have this terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. I was just complaining about the small t. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was very descriptive. Really descriptive. It wasn't too short. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad that you like it. To be honest, since our first time sharing, I want to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Jan. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. It's nothing really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Who should I show my poem to next? Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you. That's a little blunt. Well, excuse me. It's not like it was bad. It just didn't evoke any emotions. So basically, it's not cute enough for your taste. Do you want to get smacked? I'll pass. Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you'll like it. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. I hope my sore throat didn't hinder me on delivering a performance. But really, I honestly think this is one of my favorite poems in the game. I don't know why. Like I said, I don't really write like that, but honestly, I think, like, really, I struggle with writing. Like, I'm good at using big words. Not when I speak. I stumble on my words, as you can tell a lot. But, I stammer a lot around. But I do like using bigger words in my writing. But something about simple writing is, like, so impressive to me, simply because I think, since you can't just rely on, like, using these extreme metaphors, you have to, like, really put a lot of effort into, like, rhythm and, like, the structure of the poem. I'm just not good at that, and maybe that's what's impressive to me, because I suck at the structure of poems. But really, I really like Natsuki's poems. I don't know why. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest! I am. Why is you convinced that he wouldn't like it? Well, because! Everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style would make your message and less valid. Yes, exactly! I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I said for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. That's what it means to be a pro! I'm glad you learned something! Didn't expect it from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, guess not. I decided to humor that last comment. I don't really care how old Owen is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then he won't take that away from her. Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glanced around the room. That was all more stressful than I anticipated. As if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. If they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monika are happily chatting. My slant on Yuri and Natsuki. Sorry. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As I read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki just returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's kind of about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would ask someone actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and John did too. So based on that, I'd gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the effort, but it's been a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring, which I haven't yet. And John liked my poem too, you know? He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. That's not what Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that John appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. Ha! And how do you know I didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go off my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I was the one whose boobs when she grew size bigger as soon as John started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, this doesn't involve you. I don't like fighting, guys. Suddenly, both girls turned toward me as if they just noticed I was standing there. John, she's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain it to her, John. Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, John? Well... How did I get dragged this in the first place? It's not gonna know anything about writing. But the American readers, they probably think more highly of me. So of course that's going to be... Well, both are right in saying that the poetry style is valid. Like that poem. And the style I write is valid. And both are... good. And both are wrong in saying that the poem of the other person is the way they express their feelings are bad. Natsuki's being overly defensive. I can understand why, given her background. Yuri's word choice was pretty bad. Very bad. But I once again also here can understand where she's coming from. So you know what? We're not gonna pick either of those. Natsuki. Natsuki glares at me, drawing up any words I had in my mouth. So instead I turn to Yuri. Yuri. But Yuri's expression is so defenseless I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Sayori! Yeah. Everyone's fighting's making Sayori uncomfortable. How can two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this? John? Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her. Yeah, that's true. But do you really want to make her uncomfortable? I agree. It's unfair for others to inject their own feelings into our conflict. Why do you want our feelings, MC's feelings, in your conflict then? Yeah. Unless I wants to tell you what a stuck-up jerk she's being. She would never. It's your maturity that's made her upset in the first place. Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why. Exactly why nobody likes— STOP! Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people. And I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings, just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented. So why are we fighting? Because... well... Also, Natsuki's cute, and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Big and beautiful! Sayori... Sayori stands triumphantly. Monika stands behind her with a bewildered expression. Oh, make some tea. Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. I wanted to say something, but I forgot what. Well, I guess what I do know I could say is... right. The MC throwing her under the bus like that, like not us just showing that we just don't know shit about writing, does suck. And another... But like... yeah, it isn't that really... It really was a dick move. Something else that I've noticed is that I actually don't think, that last part of what Sayori brings up is that good. Like, Natsuki's cute, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that she was once again being narrowed down to being just cute. That was a problem, that Yuri said, you're making it intentional. And even though that's something that she wants to be avoided to be referred to as, because she wants to be viewed as more than cute. So bringing that up there was probably not something that Natsuki wanted to hear, and I'm pretty sure Yuri was pretty embarrassed about that boob comment. Like, saying that they didn't grow is one thing, like, yeah, call out Natsuki's lie, but the big and beautiful probably was just uncomfortable. So this is why Sayori is vice president. I whisper to Monika. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader, and I can organize things, but I'm not very good with people. I can't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing of me. Nah, it's not like I can blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either. Well, I guess it just means Sayori's amazing in her ways, isn't it? You could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. To be honest, at this point I still think that's meant honestly by Monika, because she probably is thinking about amplifying Sayori's depression yet, but she isn't fully sure yet. Sayori shows the first signs that her depression has been amplified in the next day. The following day after this one. So I think that Monika is at this point just still contemplating about it. You can count on me. Monika smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person really does make a good president, regardless of what she says. only get the chance to talk to her a little more. I'm sure she would enjoy that too. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun! Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright. Well, mostly. John, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome! In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. John! Ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It really has been a while since Sayori and I spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori... about what happened earlier... Huh? What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No! That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. Phew. You know, John, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too. That's... Every day is going to be so much fun! It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught in this kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but... does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori in the shoulder. I say that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to see Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay! Yeah. Let's do this! Save this. And let's go rainbow. Hope. Misery. Peaceful. Romance. Family. Beauty. This is one of the few times where there's no Sayori word on there, but you know what? I'm not up for that. Amazing. We're gonna go full Sayori poem. Beauty. Tears. Family. Flying. Joy. Romance. Friends. Play. Together. Wonderful. Bliss. I'm gonna write a happier poem. Flower. Heart. Cheer. Nature. Rainbow. Precious. Hope. Treasure. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple of days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi, John! Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm just still not used to being in the club, that's all. I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack? No thanks. That's not like you at all! I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? Why that? Besides, no reason really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair! How did you know? How did you even know? It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have brought a snack before coming to the clubroom. So either you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry! So that only leaves to one option. Wow! I give up! Don't make me feel guilty! If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. In this situation, since she tried to manipulate us, yeah, but a lot of times people feel guilty for things they really don't need to feel guilty about, especially someone like Sayori. Yuri suddenly giggles. Huh? I did not choose to notice that she was listening in. Her face is in a book, as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book. Wait a second. Yuri! Tell John to let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mysterious little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Did I just... I didn't mean that! I got too absorbed into my book. I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you. There's no way I could think that. You're right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution. Retribution. That... Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on, give more credit than that, Sayori. It's true though. But once again, fairly manipulative on Sayori's side. Out of nowhere, something smacks her in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Ow! What was... a cookie! Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is it a miracle? It's because I paid for restitution! Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you. But then you had to blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your action, though. Natsuki! That's so nice of you! I'm so happy! Sayori hugs the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite. Oh, God! Sayori suddenly claps her hands over her mouth. I burned my tongue. You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie. Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers. But yours is chocolate. Yeah, why do you think I gave you that one? Fine. So, I'm really happy you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her. Jeez. I get it. Cookie still in hand, and Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her. Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monika, can you tell Sayori... Natsuki glances around. Monika's in the club room. Ugh. Where's Monika anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today?
Not me.
Yeah, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual.
I hope she's okay.
Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all.
You don't think she has a...
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined.
That's true.
Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Monika chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monika quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway? My last tour today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time. That makes no sense though. You heard the bell ring at least. I must have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? Oh, was the way you played music as well, Monika. I don't really. I kind of just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool! Will you play something for us, Monika?
That's... Monika looks at me. Maybe once I get a little better, I will.
Yay!
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, John. Monika smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently, and I'd really love the chance to share it once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I choose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Nao's going to end up complaining to her anyway. It's like everyone has already settled down. Sayori's already finished her entire cookie. Nao's gets back to her book and Nao's disappeared into the closet.
John!
Sayori suddenly comes up to me.
I'm gonna go get some supplies from in the classroom. Want to come with me?
Supplies? What for?
Well, you know, the festival's coming up. Me and Monika were gonna make some posters and stuff. So we need to go find some crayons and markers and glue sticks.
Oh, I see. Sure, I'll go with you.
Yay! Okay, Monika.
Sorry.
Okay, Monika. We'll be back soon.
Are you going with John to get the supplies? There's no need to trouble yourself. I'd be happy to go with him.
Oh, but I wanted to go. It's so much fun exploring empty classrooms and stuff.
Okay. It was just a suggestion. See if you can find poster paper too, okay?
Okay! Ready, John?
Yep, let's go. Sayori and I exit the club room. I follow behind as Sayori hums and skips around the hallway. Honestly, it feels like I'm taking a kid to the mall or something. Sayori finds pleasure in the simplest of things sometimes. Hey Sayori, what exactly are we doing for the festival anyway? I'm not sure how you would make an event out of literature.
Me and Monika have it all planned out. Don't you worry.
Is that so?
Yep. We're gonna do a poetry performance.
A performance? Of what kind?
Well, everyone is gonna take turns on stage and recite their favorite poems.
That sounds kind of dull.
John, you're not thinking about it the right way at all. It's not just about reading poems. It's about performing them. Like, you say the lines of the poem like... Between my feet, the last remaining flower beckons to me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots. caressing the final, joyous moment between my fingers. But toward ends have I summoned this joy. For now, when I look in every direction, the once prosperous field before me is but a barren wasteland. Like that!
By the way, this poem is again about depression. Sayori, how do I put this? I'm sure it's just me, but it's impossible for me to take you seriously when you talk like that.
You mean it? Working super hard on this, you know.
I know. I just meant as a pretty unordinary contrast to your cute self.
Don't say that, it's embarrassing. But I guess it means I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm so...
Sorry.
I'm so excited! The festival's going to be so much fun!
Sayori spins herself around in the hallway again.
Hey John, this classroom here is empty. Let's begin the mission.
The mission, eh? It's been a long time since I've spent as much time with Sayori like this. But in the end, she hasn't changed one bit. She's nothing but a ball of sunshine, drawing happy vibes in the world around her. That's a pretty nostalgic feeling for me. As the years went by, I began to hold myself up in her room more and more. My room, more and more. So going adventuring with Sayori brings about a special sort of feeling I forget I had in me. The two of us enter the classroom. Sayori straight to the closet and I follow.
Let's see what we have in here. Crayons!
Sayori pulls out a box of crayons off the shelf.
They're the best brand too! They're kind of dirty though.
Sayori starts pulling various crayons out of the box, reading color names. Alright, that's one down. Don't get distracted. We still need to find...
Wait, I'm looking for my favorite color.
Fine. Then please move aside so that I can look for the poster paper.
I've dropped them by accident.
Sayori spins over and smacks her forward right into the shelf. She falls to the floor and the crayons spill all over her lap. You okay?
My forehead.
Sayori clutches her forehead. Gee, Sayori. That's just like you, isn't it? Come on, let me see. Since Sayori's sitting on the floor, I grab her by the waist and pull her out of the closet. You have to move your hands, Sayori.
But it hurts.
Just do it for a second. Sayori slowly releases her hands from her forehead. I gently brush her bangs to the side. Oh, sorry. There's a huge red mark on the center of her forehead. A bump is starting to form as well. Man, that's gonna swell up. I should find you some eyes.
John.
Where would I even find ice around this time? I guess a cold drink would do.
You don't have to. I'm looking like a unicorn.
Even wincing from the pain, Sayori makes a silly joke. What are you saying? I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
I pat her on the shoulder and run out into the hallway. I locate the nearest vending machine. What should I get? It doesn't really matter since it will be used as an ice pack rather than the drink. But I know that Sayori likes apple juice, so I purchased that one. In just a moment, I'm already returning to the classroom where I left Sayori. She has one palm on her forehead and is using the other hand to clumsily scoop crayons back into the box.
At least they were already in the wrong spots before I spilled them.
Sayori, here. I hand Sayori the bottle of apple juice.
It's nice and cold.
Sayori opens the cap and starts drinking from it. Sayori, what are you doing? It's for your forehead, idiot!
Sorry, I forgot.
How hard did you hit your head? Sayori places the bottle against that bump on her head.
It stings.
Just bear with it. You'll feel better soon. Looks like we're killing up most of the crayons, so that's good.
Hey, John. This kind of reminds you of growing up, doesn't it?
Huh? What do you mean?
You know how we used to play outside all the time? I would always try to keep up with you. You were kind of oblivious in some ways. Like, I usually felt behind and had trouble climbing the things you did. But sometimes when I tried to do things I couldn't, I would get myself hurt. I'd fall and scrape myself or get a bump. And I was like crying really hard. And you would rush over as quick as you could. You'd try really hard to get me to stop crying. It was almost like you blamed yourself and were afraid of getting in trouble if someone found out. Even though it really wasn't your fault at all, you know. Did I really do that? Yeah. You don't remember? Come to think of it, maybe I do remember a bit. I guess I was always so focused on my games that I didn't pay enough attention to you. So in a way, it was my fault. Kind of like this time too. If I wasn't rushing you out of the closet, you'd probably have hit your head. John, I don't think you realize it, but you're always thinking about other people. Even after all these years. You're rushing to help me, even though I'm just being clumsy. You're really a sweetheart. Don't call me that! I don't really do that kind of thing all the time. I guess when it comes to you, it just feels natural. Before you even know it, I'm treating you like that. I guess that's what happens when you've been friends for so long. Really? Maybe you're right. John, I'm so glad that nothing's changed between us. Do you think it'll be like this forever? Forever? If I'm honest to myself, there's no telling where we'll each end up for college or after that. So it wouldn't be fair for me to make any promises. But, well, I hope so. It's been this long already, right? I can't imagine of it changing, so my hopes are up. I'm so happy. Sayori has a whimsical expression in her eyes. We remain silent for a moment. She's so silly and clumsy on the outside that when I see a deepened dot like this, it makes me no one to disturb her. I guess we should go back. I don't want to worry Monika, you know. Good luck with that. She's gonna see your forehead either way. Not if I had it under my bangs. Sayori hops to her feet. She clutches her forehead again. Don't sit up so fast after hurting yourself. I guess it's too late now. Anyway, let's go. I follow Sayori out of the classroom. Sayori plays with the bangs to try to hide the bump without much success. In a moment, we make it back to the club room. Ah, your bag! Good timing. I was just about ready to start with sharing our poems. Sayori, your forehead. She's fine. Don't worry about it. I was playing with the crayons. Let's make my fall into the shelf. Well, anyway, were you able to find everything we needed? I have it right. Sayori frantically glances around herself. I forgot all the stuff! Calm down, Sayori. I have it all right here. I found the poster paper too. Sounds like you ended up doing all the work, John. Well, Sayori... I failed to come up with an excuse for Sayori. I made it an adventure. Yeah, that. Okay. In any case, good work. I'll start working on the posters tonight. Me too. Okay, everyone. Are you ready to share your poems? Guess I should grab mine. After making sure the crayon box is closed tightly, I return to my seat. Who should I show my poem to first? John, I really love your poems. I can't believe you've been hiding these from me. Eh? I'm not hiding anything. But your poems are so good. Yes, it is. And this one too. You can't tell me you haven't done this before. I mean, you're really the only one who feels that way, so... No way! Not even Natsuki? Well, I guess Natsuki's the least likely to admit how much she likes something. But I don't think it's that. What do you mean?
Well, I guess I'll be honest about it. It's a lot easier to write poems when I'm thinking about you. Whoa! Stop thinking weird things, idiot! I just mean that you're a really expressive person, I guess. How am I supposed to write poems about my own stupid life? But you somehow make everything in your life an adventure. Even the little things.
Like cooking!
Oh, let's not talk about that. So, yeah. I guess what I'm saying is that I can feel more feelings to you than I can to myself. We have that kind of weird connection. It's your fault for getting in my business all the time.
I don't know if I understand.
You never understand when I try to explain things to you, do you, Sayori? I pat Sayori's head.
Hey! I'm not a kid, you know.
Are you sure about that?
Maybe.
Sayori sits fiddling with her pen between her hands.
Hey, John. Will you give me your poem? I kinda wanna keep it.
Huh? Why?
Because, well, it's the first time you've written something for me.
Sayori, you completely misunderstood. I didn't write this for you. Are you even listening anymore? Well, whatever. I'll give it to you when we go home.
Really? Ah! I broke my pencil!
Sayori hastily bends down and picks up the pen piece she dropped. I have a pencil right here and it tried to make like a pencil snapping noise somehow. But it just sounded like like Sayori's head bumping into the shelf again. Sorry. Sayori hastily bends down to pick up the piece she dropped. But being inattentive of her surroundings, she bumps right into me.
Sorry!
It's fine, it's fine. I'll get it for you. I bend down and pick up the broken pencil. Sayori clutches the desk beside her to support herself, knees shaking.
I'm all clumsy today.
Let's sit down, Sayori.
Yeah.
I grab Sayori's arm and help her sit at the desk. Anyway, I still haven't read your poem.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. But it's not as good as yours.
Jeez, don't worry. I'm sure I'll like it.
Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's a secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to wait. I put in the bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all of the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and bottles, all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper, my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets, hiding in the nooks and crannies, digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up, and in come my friends. And they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling, they're shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
So yeah, this is the point where a lot of people notice that something is happening with Sayori. By the way, something I don't like a plus version is that these three verses, I can't remember the English word right now, I'm sorry. These three verses are one, like they don't have like space here in the plus version, and it really bothers me because it has it adds to the structure of the poem and even expresses a lot of things. Because here it's here jumbled, like just writing a few sentences, and they don't need to rhyme. For, and it rhymes. Random, it doesn't rhyme. For, it rhymes. Random, it doesn't rhyme. For, but this time it doesn't rhyme because everything is falling apart, and I just think this is like, it's like very nice. So I'm very sad that it isn't in the plus version. I don't know why. If maybe they thought it would make more sense for there to be no space, or if there was like a problem with the formatting. But I think it makes more sense like this. It adds a bit more to the feeling it's trying to express. By the way, for me the most disturbing part of the poem is not this part, but rather this part, the digging and scraping. I don't know why. Maybe because the first time I played, I thought this is where I noticed that this is about her depression. I did have a few spoilers before, and so I did know that she was depressed. And also because I have a very like vivid imagination, so I can really see her. When I hear those lines, I somehow keep thinking of her. I can see her vividly reaching into her brain and digging and scraping, so maybe that also adds to like this weird feeling I get when I hear it. Like this is bottle shattering, but like I don't really like shorts, but this is a different level. Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this?
Of course I did! Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you.
Monika taught me a whole lot! I've been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that. It's almost kind of creepy.
Creepy?
Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it.
Oh, thanks! I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up.
Yeah! Writing's the best! I'm gonna keep writing until I die!
Don't get ahead of yourself. Sarah's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But saying the passionites makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Once again, this is like very heavy foreshadowing, and the line about like Monika's been teaching me a whole lot. I wonder if once again this is the day, canonically here Thursday in game, that Sayori starts showing signs that her depression is being amplified, and Monika is getting more attached, like the way she wanted to go with us instead, but she still held herself back. So I kind of think that this could be a hint that she started amplifying Sayori's depression this day. Who should I show my poem to next? Speaking of her. Hi again, John! How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure. Here you go. I give my poem to Monika. Alright! It's pretty good. It makes me think of Sayori, like the other one that you wrote. You two are like the dynamic duo. That's kind of exaggerating it. Yeah, probably. But you do spend a lot of time with her, even in this club, don't you? Then again, I don't blame you for being a little shy. I'm not shy, it's just... I'm just teasing. I know it takes a bit of time to make friends with everyone. But Yuri and Natsuki are super interesting people, so don't be afraid to give them their share of time. And you can talk to me every now and then too. I'm not, like, unapproachable or anything, am I? No, it's not like that. I'm just still getting used to being here, that's all. Yeah. I'm sorry I was putting pressure on you or something. I really didn't mean it like that. No, don't worry. I get what you're saying. Well, alright. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so you do too. Alright, let's take a look. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. I've heard like theories, like people say that this is supposed to be written like code, like when you type in those lines to like code something. And I mean, I guess I can see it, but I'm really not good enough at coding to make any judgment on that. Save me, load me. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh? I guess that's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. It's just the kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space our words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. Like, honestly, when I read those lines, like, while I'm reading it aloud, I somehow only, like, think of her, like, losing herself. I don't know why her cutting herself short just sounds to me like she's losing herself. And forgetting what's important, forgetting about her past and all that too, maybe. I don't know why, though. I see. It's still hard for me to know what it's about, though. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I think it's interesting that before she showed us the poem, she even brought up that we should spend time with Natsuki and Yuri, maybe. I can't tell. I mean, she does still care about the club being together. It's important for her that the club is together. So even though she doesn't want us to romance them, she would be fine with us spending time together in a friendship sense. Sorry, opening my water bottle because I will drink something again. So I wonder if it's that, or if it's once again going to the direction of spend some time with them so that you don't go full down the Sayori route. Also about her advice today, I wonder what this was all about. Either she just wanted to give us that advice to like hint at us that she's like self-aware, or maybe she was trying to test how much she can go off the script. Maybe just seeing if she can say this and if we can hear it and stuff or something. I mean, if we go that she amplified Sayori's depression recently, in theory, then it could be that she has second thoughts about it. She doesn't want her dead after all. And by the sounds of it, maybe she thought if something goes wrong, he can always load, and then after Sayori's death, she just decided, no, I'm just going to delete her. So maybe this is just her being worried about messing something up, or maybe just overall that she's worried messing up in the coding. If this is when she really starts messing around with it, I don't know. Anyway, I need to drink. Who should I show my poem to next? Are you still mad at me? Eh? For disrespecting Natsuki yesterday. Because reading this poem. Now I know why you got mad at me. Because you prefer her writing over mine. That's not really true. Meaning when I disrespected her, I disrespected you too, didn't I? Oh no. Yuri, you might be reading into this a little too much. How could I be so stupid? I always let these things happen. Whenever I think before I speak, I just come off as awkward and unlikable. But I speak without thinking. The things I want to keep inside come out and make people hate me. So, please don't force yourself to be around me. I know this is what Monika wants. But it's not fair to you when you could be enjoying your time with Natsuki and Sayori. Yuri, please. It makes it easier for me if you don't express any concern. Besides, I have my books with me. That's all I need. Yuri smiles sadly and puts her head down on her desk. I'm frustrated. I don't hate her, but it's as if she's not capable of listening to me of her own thoughts. I sigh to myself. All I can do is accept that that's how she is. She wants to be left alone, then I have no choice but to abide to that request. I plan on making a video where I don't really go down anyone's route entirely and just test around checking what other dialogue options there are. Depending on who you write, like 2 for Natsuki and then we talk to Yuri or something like that. Or 2 for Sayori and then we talk to someone else. And then I'm also going to see check out the final poem that we don't get to see if you go Yuri's route, and don't get to see when you go Natsuki's or Sayori's route entirely because Yuri breaks it up with us. So, by the way, about that, I know that's what Monika wants. It's interesting how, like, the way she's speaking, it's not about Monika wanting us to distance herself. It's the opposite. Monika wants us to share poems. That's the assignment she gave for us. She wants us to share poems. So this is what Monika wants. Please don't force yourself to be around me. I know Monika wants you to force yourself to be around me, even though it's not really forcing myself. And then she's excluded here again, Monika, because we can't spend time with her. she's just a support character. Anyway, who should I show my poem to next? Well, it's not any worse than the last one, but I can't really say anything better either. Phew. Huh? Phew what? Well, anything that isn't a train wreck I'll take as a win. And I get the thing you're probably the most critical. Hey! What makes you... Wait, maybe there was a recognizes my experience. Well then, keep practicing and maybe it'll be as good as me someday. That's, something tells me Natsuki completely missed the point. Come to think of it, this kind of reminds me of Sayori's poem from yesterday. Huh? You think so? Yeah, well I guess if you've been friends with her for so long, you might as well be on the same wavelength. But you never really struck me as her type. Sayori has a type all of a sudden. But I don't know. But honestly, how could someone so fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? It's like she's dragging around a dead weight. That was a lot unnecessary. But think of it this way. If it weren't for me, she would probably just fly away like letting go of a balloon. You could say we each take care of each other in our own way. Whatever it is, I don't get it. Oh, yeah, I guess I'm supposed to show you my poem. Here. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone. Someone's being loud outside. So I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm sorry so. Anyway, it's interesting that even though Natsuki explains right afterwards what the poem is about, that it's like Natsuki likes manga, people still think she's being judgmental after the poem. Even though she explains it right afterwards. By the way, Amy Likes Spiders is the poem that inspired my name. It's not my actual name. Because I like spiders. And because I relate to Natsuki Yuri the most. And since like Natsuki likes manga, Amy, yeah. And fun fact, her handwriting, this font. While I was looking it up, just for fun, I found out that this font is called Amy's handwriting, like with double M, but I'm pretty sure this is intentional. Like, someone has made a joke. What are they doing outside? I don't know if I want to know. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's was way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think it was the best I could do. No, of course not. Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I don't have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. And it tells people like how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk. Do you know people like that? Of course! It's about how things might... That doesn't matter. It can be about anything! I wrote to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out, they'd make fun of you, or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid! Who cares what someone likes? As long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy. I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Well, you're definitely right. At least I can relate to that. I'm I'm sure a lot of other people can too. It's what I do best after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like, conveying emotions is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that! I'm gonna write a good one for tomorrow too, so look forward to it. Okay, everyone. We're all done each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like I can put together anything good in just a few days. That's a... well, just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry, guy. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We don't need much. We don't need much more than a few decorations. He's just been working on posters, and I've designed pamphlets we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all. But that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Sorry. I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing. Performing? Monika. Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is, we're also going to let anyone else come up with recite poems too. So it's putting it on all the posters in case someone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sarah, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monika? You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea? Well, no. It's not a bad idea. But I didn't sign up for this, you know? There is no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never, in my life, do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys? No, Sayori. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never even shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to just recite poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that, so I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, then it will inspire others to do the same. And the more people perform, the better we'll be. The better we'll be able to show everyone what the show is all about. Yeah, it's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it! Yunosuke and Yuri remain silent. Sorry. Sayori looks worried. I guess it leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monika have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit. Well, maybe, but... It looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Okay, fine! I guess I'll just have to get it over with. Alright! Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around everyone else's expectant faces. I guess I don't really have a choice. That's everyone! You're the best, Yuri! This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh. You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other. No way! Monika! This is too sudden! Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do in front of us strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel more comfortable.
Can I go next?
Of course. Now, let's see. Monika will do a notebook to a specific poem she has in mind for herself. Then she stands behind the podium. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Monika begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bring the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monika. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monika finishes the recitation. The four of us applaud. Monika takes a breath and smiles.
That was so good, Monika!
Thank you very much! I was just having to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next!
Wow! Yuri's fired up all of a sudden!
Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us.
You can do it, Yuri.
It's called... Afterimage of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her, as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first one to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterward, and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri's down for the count.
Okay! I guess I'm next then!
Sayori hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium.
This one's called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled.
Sayori.
It's a lot harder than I thought! How did you guys do it so easily?
Trying to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror, or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll turn out the best that way.
I see. Okay then.
Sayori begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene, bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it from Sayori's voice always gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori means when she says she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud.
I did it!
Good job, Sayori!
Even John liked it! I guess that's a good sign!
What does that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori! The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery.
I don't really understand.
In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. It might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading.
Oh, I know what you mean! That's... I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone.
Then next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know?
Okay!
I kind of am still confused what Monika is trying to do here. Is she trying to make Sayori feel worse already, but she isn't ready to go hardcore yet? Is she trying to make it seem like she actually isn't that good at poetry? Is she just feeling more comfortable criticizing Sayori because she's vice president and most likely would take criticism not as much to heart as the other two? Would she? I don't know. There is something. One thing in Act 3, she talks about telling like helping depressed people in like simple ways, like just helping them, reminding them that they always have something new to look forward to. And I've noticed that she actually kind of does try to do that with Sayori. And I wonder if this is actually just somewhat part of it, like giving her new tasks that she is actually excited for because it's about poetry. But I don't know, I'm giving her too much credit. Could be a combination of many things, actually. Now, who's next? Natsuki?
Don't let me go before John! It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let John lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it. Natsuki.
It's fine, it's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. So I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and stand in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. I've actually seen people say that Monika's being harsh here, but she basically just said what the MC said. Like, his poem isn't bad. It's just he isn't confident in his writing and he needs to put more energy into it. Which is what he said. Sorry, I'm walking around right now. I need to turn my lights on here. It's pretty dark. It's not good for my eyes to sit in the dark and look at a bright screen. Okay. That's something that'll improve with time, though. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki.
Yeah, I'm going.
Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium.
The poem is called... It's called... Why are you looking at me?
Because you're presenting.
Anyway, the poem is called Jump.
Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. But she's still a little unenthused. Her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when it was spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down, as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes, and everyone applauds. She goes back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it?
Easy for you to say. You'd better not make me do that again.
Well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people?
I mean, doing in front of other people would be way easier. I can put on a face I want for the people. But when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me. Well, that's just how it is, so...
I agree with Sayori though. I can say the wildest things in front of my friends. But like when it comes to people I don't know, I just I've noticed a very extreme change in how I act in front of my friends and how I act overall. Yeah, but talking I can't do in front of anyone. I trip over my words all the time. I don't know why. And not just in English, in my native language as well. Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope you all have an idea what it's like now. Make sure you big a poem and get enough practice for the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez. I should probably find some other poem to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Yeah, no problem. Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival's coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out very nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day.
I can't wait!
I can do this. I can do this. Alright! Stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monika, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monika, then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori?
Yep!
Look at you two always going home together like that. It's kind of adorable, isn't it? Jeez, guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it. It must be a little nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that?
It's okay, John. You don't have to say it.
Whatever, let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori's being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori.
Sorry, I was just spacing out!
No wonder.
I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... I mean...
Sayori fumbles with her words.
So, let's just say that one day, you and Yasu will come with you.
Huh?
What will you do?
What kind of question is that? You kind of put me on the spot here. Well... I would walk home with Sayori. Sayori... You really think I would ditch you for Yuri?
But... she's so beautiful and smart!
Jeez... I always in the club every day. Besides, we always seem to really like going home together. I wouldn't just ruin that for you.
You're so silly, John. You think about me too much sometimes. You would deserve it if she wanted it, so...
Sayori, I've already made up my mind. I really can't figure you out sometimes.
Sorry.
Besides, what's the point in speculating something that's never going to happen? There's so much conversation trails off. It's kind of a weird thing for Sayori to care so much about, but I want to respect her and keep her happy too. Then again, the fest is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time? Joy. Dazzle. Unrequited. Daydream. Charm. Ocean. Fireflies. Hope. Together. Bliss. Passion. Forgive. Misfortune. Death. Sorry. Tragedy. Misery. Beauty. Flower. Prayer. Nature. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano. Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And I'm super happy that you're willing to help out for the festival too.
I can't wait for the festival! It's gonna be great!
Huh? Why are you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki.
Well, yeah.
I'm not talking about our part of the festival. But it's a whole day of school. I get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food. You sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden. Monika! Do they usually have fried squid? Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people. I didn't say I don't like it, but you definitely don't eat it, since you're vegetarian. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Because it's right in your name. Monika! That's not how you say my name at all! Also, the joke makes no sense in translation. Never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for now, okay? Fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway. Excuse me. Where is Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are! Sayori is sitting at a desk in the corner of the room, looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face. You're spacing out again.
Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else.
Huh. Is everything alright?
Of course! Why wouldn't it be?
It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things.
Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see?
Sayori shows me a big smile.
Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone.
Well, alright. If you say so. I worriedly glance at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else. But the conversation has already dispersed with everyone back at the usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monika if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since we've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monika, who's shuffling through some papers at her desk. John! What's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but... have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh, you think so? I can't have noticed anything about her. Monika peers across the room at Sayori, who is idly dragging a rubber razor up and down her desk. Maybe there is something on her mind. But I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, John. You certainly know a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know this doesn't... Sorry, I know that's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No! It's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. And I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, John. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but... Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know? She's been so much happier since you've joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not even now that it always has been. You're so funny, John. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her so cheerful? Because that's just how she is when she's around you. I said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. I tried to talk to her, so try to think about it for now. Alright. Monika smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monika stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her, but she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from her. Can't hear her from here. Oh my god. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sarah told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting her just weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. But there's nothing I can do besides wait for Monika. Okay, everyone! After some time passes, Monika goes out to the club room. Why don't we share our poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems, and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monika and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. About that, you know, I see a lot of people claim that Monika probably told Sayori to kill herself, but I don't really believe that. Besides it being a bit very comically evil, it just doesn't really fit with her motivation. Monika doesn't want Sayori dead, but she obviously said something that bothered Sayori. How it makes more sense for her to have played on Sayori's insecurities, which isn't better. I'm not defending Monika. Whatever she said was bad, but I'm just annoyed by this comically evil thing of you should kill yourself kind type of idea. She talked to her about how the MC is sad and unmotivated maybe, perhaps she said it in a disappointed tone or something. She basically guilt-tripped Sayori because we are worried, and Sayori is scared that she's a burden. And so it would make sense because that would make Sayori want to distance herself because she doesn't want to be a burden to us, and we are sadder because of her and worrying because of her. And it also would make sense with what Sayori says later on, after saying that the MC was just wasting his sympathy on her. She brought up Monika because Monika enforced the belief that she was burdening him, and therefore she drew the conclusion. Yeah, and therefore she drew the conclusion that she should just, It makes sense for Monika to want Sayori to feel like her depression is a burden to MC because she says, she wants Sayori to stay away from you. And she doesn't want her to approach you and stuff. And she probably didn't fully understand how bad she made Sayori's depression at that point. Maybe a little bit. She should have expected that it could backfire. But who knows if she thought it's a dating sim. And she also thought she could fix her actions after she's made her own roads, so she probably thought if something goes wrong, can always fix it. And that only changed after what happens. With Sayori. And no, playing on someone's insecurities is not better. I'd argue it's worse and more manipulative. People want to make Monika manipulative unless it comes to actually showing how manipulative someone could be. She probably pried on Sayori's insecurities rather. Sayori, he's sad because of you. Can't you do this? Can you do that? He's demotivated because of you. We worry so much about you, it's like he can't concentrate anymore. Shit like that. Who should I show my poem to first?
This is your best one so far. It's really, really nice, Don.
Thanks. Sayori, you've been a little quiet today. Is everything alright?
Of course! Everything is fine. Maybe I'm just a little tired today.
Do you want to nap or something?
No, that's silly. Don't worry about me, okay? I only want to see smiles on your face.
Well, alright.
Hey, John. I'm still a little surprised. I really thought that you would try writing your poems like the way Yuri does. I mean, Natsuki. But in the end...
Yeah. I guess you're the one who likes this one the most.
Why? You don't want to get closer with everyone else?
Wait! Of course I do! But that doesn't mean I need to try so to impress them. I still understand you the most, Sayori. I know you have to sometimes put up with me. And I have to sometimes put up with you. But we have a wavelength or something. And this is how the poem came out. Sometimes it feels like you're the only exciting thing in my life. Sometimes it's just easy to write when thinking about you. Sayori?
No. John, I don't deserve this. You're too nice to me. Why are you doing this?
Sayori's trouble keeping her voice steady all of a sudden.
If you had fun with everyone else instead, this would be so much easier!
Sayori! I glanced around the room to make sure nobody has noticed this. Sayori. I've probably never said this before, but I don't understand what you're feeling right now. Tell me what will cheer you up. Sayori shakes her head. She sniffles and keeps shaking her head. Finally, she gathers herself and puts on a smile.
It's nothing, John. It's just a little rain cloud. I'm sorry to see that! I promise it won't happen again. Just smiles from everyone, okay? That's all that matters. Go play with everyone else. I'm gonna go home a little bit early today.
Sayori!
So tell Monika wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out the classroom, humming to herself. Who should I show my poem to next? We're not gonna go after her. We're just gonna go with Monika. Hi, John! Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people... I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. Whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would make me happy. It would also make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monika take the poem I'm holding in my hands. It's kind of funny. How so? No, not the poem. I mean, it's funny how your poems and Sayori's poems have been getting more and more similar to each other every day. I'm surprised you're so in sync with her. Then again, you've been spending a lot of time together lately, haven't you? I guess you could say that. Although we kind of grew up as best friends, I haven't been seeing as much of her this past year. But since I joined the club, we've been spending a lot of time together again. I see. That reminds me. About how Sayori's been a bit off today. Yeah? Did she tell you something? Well... John, you haven't been flirting with her, have you? Of course not! I've been treating her like I always do. Alright. Just making sure. I know how much you care about her. It'd be terrible if something bad happened to her. Just keep an eye on her. Sayori's been acting so much happier since you've joined the club. What could have happened all of a sudden? Well, never mind. This really isn't the time to be talking about this. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. I need to drink something again. The lady who knows everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer. All meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost out of the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day, I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow, I fall, and I fall, and fall, and fall even more, gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything, knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning. There is no purpose. And we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. This is like the only poem of Monika's that I'm not sure exactly what the meaning is. She says afterwards that it's how about if you know everything, that if you had all the answers, if you didn't looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. And you could put it that it's simply like that, but you could also like connect it with like her self-awareness. I'm not too sure that she knows the entirety of the script, because she seems to not know a lot of things about the script, or the script appears to be so flexible she sometimes doesn't know what's going to happen. But she probably knows like her role in the game, the supportive character, and unless she knows that whomever becomes president becomes self-aware, she probably would think of herself as a pretty like worthless character in the confines of the game, because she disappeared. Not much would happen, someone else would become president and everything would be fine and dandy. Also, like this sense of meaninglessness is pretty, like, a lot of people don't fully understand why Monika would be upset about being in a game, but I can really see why, because when I think about it, the meaning in her, like, everything, she can take pride in nothing. She was the popular girl in class, but not because she was likable, but simply because this game programmed her to be, because it's part of her character. She makes friends with these girls, not because she has good vibes with them together, but simply because the game needs them to be there. They didn't join to be because she was like a good leader exactly, but rather because it's part of the game that she's like it's supposed to happen. Nothing in her life really meant anything. Like, her legend doesn't exist, her meaning in life doesn't exist, maybe. Because everything up to the beginning of the game, like, she says she had a sense of self-awareness before that, but even so, the majority for what, like, her relationships and her talents and her goals, they're mostly just programmed by the game. And so there really isn't really nothing. And I wonder if this is like the meaning at the end. With a breath, she blows him back afloat and pick up a gust of wind. She now looks for another answer by breaking free of the confines of the game. There's one thing I noticed, she isn't really in love with the player exactly. She might feel like it's love, but it's rather a feeling of love more to reality than the actual player. And I wonder if like her new meaning of life simply is she wants to break free from the confines of the game and be connected to reality. Be like real. And not be dependent on this like fake reality and this script anymore. I don't know why, if I explained my thought process very well. And I don't know exactly how I started interpreting it into it. At the beginning I fully had no idea what I'm supposed to take from it. But yeah, I just started doing that at some point. I don't know why I'm thinking about it like that. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. I never really put much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical, because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Yeah, that! Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good, or okay, or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it, and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, it will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Before we move on, I have taken some notes. So there's some papers here. Because there's one line that I've been thinking about. It's about, like, before she even shows us her poem. It would be terrible if something bad happened to her, so keep an eye on her. I've been wondering. When I was, like, a bit very defensive of Monika, I just interpreted it as a goodwill for Sayori. Like, she still doesn't want Sayori to die, so maybe noticing that when she talks about, like, he talks to her about how she's been acting off lately, she, at the beginning, acts like she doesn't know, and I can tell if that's just fake, or if she actually didn't notice that her, amplifications were completely spiraling out of control, and if that is, like, a hint at keep an eye on her, because I don't know what I did. However, it could also be other things, like, it could be, like, we're on the Sayori route, and she only says that on the Sayori route, so maybe there is in fact a part of her that in fact is like, if it backfires, like, she probably wouldn't be really fully noticing it herself, but there might be a small part of her that actually feels like, if Sayori got hurt in the process, it wouldn't be so bad. I think it might be a bit too, like, I don't know if this is too much, but it could still be in character. It's like how Yuri probably in fact thinks a lot of negative things about Natsuki and the other way around. But as long as they don't act upon it, it's fine, because sometimes you just feel a certain way. It's like with the side stories, you are not your feelings, and honestly, I think it would still be fairly in character for it to happen. It could also be like a genuine warning, not because of like some sort of like, I kind of still worry about for Sayori, but maybe for like the player? Because the player is now very close to Sayori, and now where she notices that it's backfiring, she worries that it would impact the player too. Or it could be a combination. It could be like the part of her that's like, if something bad were to happen to her, would it really be that bad? And then the other part of her that's like, yeah, it would be bad because the player could be impacted, and besides, it's still my friend or something. I don't know. It could be many things. Either way, it's a suspicious line. And something else I'd like to point out. Something you noticed during the Monika event, during the poems, is how much more demotivated the MC is on this day because Sayori isn't doing well. Like, his entire energy is gone. I noticed that for things like, when Monika's like, I'll hand you my poem, he's like, yeah, let's take a look. But this time he's like, yeah, alright. Or something I noticed first was the first 2 days is like I give my poem to Monika, I hand Monika my poem, and this time it's I let Monika take the poem I'm holding in my hands. He sounds more passive and less like he really is up for it. The first one could be because she's just said something very weird, like about Sayori, but if you go each day a different girl, she's just going to talk about, like, something that isn't that bad yet. Like, you could write 2 poems for Sayori and then go to Natsuki, and she's just going to talk about, like, Natsuki and Shel Silverstein, and he'd still be demotivated in taking her poem. And for the other one, I've been thinking maybe it also shows that Monika's more energetic, but then I've been wondering, first and foremost, exactly why? Or I've also noticed something about Monika's greetings. Like, the other girls always just have 3 dots, and Monika always had, like, the sprite with her mouth open and, like, "Hi, John," with an exclamation mark or something like that. And this time it was closed. And "Hi, John" with, like, the, I don't know what it's called, the squiggly line at the end. So I wonder if this also means anything, if I'm reading too deeply into this. I like overthinking, so... But it could also be... She seems less energetic today, too. I don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Who should I show my poem to next? Let's finally move on. I'm sorry for bothering everyone with weird things, sir. This one's alright. Alright? Well, yeah. About as good as yesterday's, anyway. I see what you're going for, but it's just not really my style. I mean, that's fine. I'm mostly just glad you're trying a little bit. Well, of course I'm at least trying. Why are you so emotionally invested in my poems, anyway? Isn't that more of a compliment to me? No! Gross! It's not like I care! It's just that one of us in this club has to make sure you're not slacking off. Really? Well, what if you ended up just scaring me away? That's... It's not like you would actually do that. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of fun doing out here, even if I have to put up with you. Natsuki's elbow connects with my stomach. Oh. Maybe I won't scaring you away after all. I was... just joking. Oh, I know. Don't worry, I was too. How the hell do you call that a joke? That seriously hurt. Well, maybe it's funny to her. I guess it's kind of the point. I should really just watch my mouth around Natsuki. No, I think that's Toya Natsuki. I don't think hurting someone like that is ever really okay. Anyway, Natsuki cuts out her poem to me like nothing even happened. I'll be your beach. Your mind is so full of troubles and fears that diminished your wonder over the years. But today, I have a special place. A beach for us to go. A shore reaching beyond your sight. A sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your weak thoughts in a pile of sand, bathe in sunbeams, and hold my hand. Wash your insecurities in the salty sea, and let me see you shine. Let's leave your memories in the footprint trail, set you free in my windy sail, and remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. But if you let me by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again. I like this poem. That's all I have to say. It's a bit more metaphorical, but I honestly think it's, like, very beautiful. I don't know why, but it somewhat annoys when people are like, it's like a song. No, it's No, it's not. This is still a poem. Even if there are, like, these repeats, that can also be used in a poem. For example, also to just get a point bigger across.
Yeah, I feel like I keep writing about negative things, so I want to write something with a nice message for once. Besides, the beach is awesome! Kinda hard to write anything negative about the beach.
You see, I also love the beach. It's the only place I really can go to, like, in the summer. Like, I don't really like hiking or stuff, but there are lots of negative things about this beach. Like, if it's a sand beach, do you know how fucking hot it gets? Like, if you, like, in our place, in our country, there are a whole bunch of jellyfish always on the beach. That's why I always go to other countries, because it's not pleasant. You can't walk in there without having a jellyfish glued to your leg. And what about drowning? Like, that's also a concern. So you decided to write about the beach first and then come up with the message later?
Yeah, well, it's only because of what happened yesterday. I mean, after you and I realized we kind of thought about the same thing. She wanted us to pick a topic and have us both write about it or whatever. Can really see her doing that too. Making us write about a simple topic, then trying to impress me with coming up with something fancy. Well, it's not like I care. I just did it anyway. I mean, I guess mine ended up being kind of metaphorical too. But there's nothing wrong with doing it once in a while. At the very least, it was good practice.
Who should I show my poem to next? We won't get to see Yuri's poem, but given the fact that both of them say it was the other one's idea, I kind of think it was both of their idea. Although Natsuki is definitely more enthusiastic about the beach. But maybe Yuri just doesn't let it on. Or maybe Natsuki suggested the beach, but it was Yuri's idea. The beach was probably Natsuki's idea. But Yuri was the one, but Yuri and Natsuki both agreed on writing about the same topic. Yuri just didn't have the strength to say anything against the beach. Yuri does not too enthusiastic about spending time with me. I guess if she changes her mind, she'll come to me. But I should leave her be for now. Okay, you three. Rather than sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out—
Hold on a second! Is it just me, or did you say something strange just now?
Huh? Something that sounded a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase.
Jeez. Why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri's immune to it.
Stagnating is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here. It seems you're right. Sayori helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little bit when she's not around.
Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee.
Natsuki, please show some decency.
Oh, come on!
She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you pick the time she's not feeling well? So much for you two being a lovey-dovey.
No! First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it. That curious expression coming from Yuri of all people? Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine. What did she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend.
I already know what I'm doing.
That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. But we might need a lot of them, and different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted!
And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sarah will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri... Yuri, you can... Guys, Can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No! That's not it at all! You're the most talented person here, you know! No, Natsuki's pouting too? Jeez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave her enough credit, but I can tell things even harder on you when she's not around. That may be the case. But if I can't just be a leader of my own, then I won't grow as a person. So Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decoration steps at the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that... I love atmosphere. Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at the desk and focuses and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great! You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, John. The one who is truly useless. Don't say that! In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would really be really appreciative of that. Is Monika suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help. Well, even if you don't know to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give to you. It's not like Monika's going to give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Natsuki never said that. It really bothers me how nobody points out that Natsuki never said she would like to bake alone. She said she accepts the challenge. That doesn't mean she wants to do it. That doesn't mean she wants to do it alone inherently. It's like twisting her words. John may not like to be around if you make him out to be a nuisance. That's true. So therefore, he may be more suitable to assisting with the decorations. You see, I see what you're trying to do, Yuri, trying to convince him, but honestly, it's just... I just hate that Yuri strips him of, like, it's almost as if she's trying to strip him of, like, his preference. Hold on! I never said that! How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Natsuki, you don't need to insult, like, Yuri's, work. Like, it is hard. You don't need to put it down to lift your own points up. Sounds more like you're just making excuses for John to... What are you saying? It will be extremely meticulous work. And baking isn't... Just what do you think, guys? Let's slow down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to John to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten a chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in... You literally just said... I'm surprised as well! Yeah, stop! Girls, stop trying to take my options away from me! Sorry. I was just saying though... Jeez. Can we just settle this already? Yeah. John, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. But of course I'm going to go with Sayori. I mean, if it's going to be anyone that I prefer being Sayori, I mean, we're already neighbors, but Monika said that she was helping her! Jeez. Do you really hate us that much? No! Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. Just think of the club, okay? It's interesting that Monika didn't even know to say something. The others were the ones who forced the option away from us this time around. Noticeable between here and Act 2, Monika is much more open with letting us spend time with the others. like, as soon as you pick one of the girls, she also doesn't seem like too, like, as annoyed as she does with in Act 2. And she also, in fact, gives us the option. It's probably because right now, she's still into the club and she hasn't fully deluded herself that nothing is real. That happens after Sayori's death. Showing how much it impacted her, actually, for her to switch a lot. She changed a lot due to that experience. Well, I guess I should probably be helping Monika. Yeah, you picked me!
Hold on 1 second! Yeah! Monika, you're the one who says least out of all of us!
But I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most before in person, but you're just Sayori as well. But John was the one who...
That doesn't matter. You were the one who scared him into picking you in the first place. You're the club president, Monika. You're supposed to make responsible decisions for the club.
Monika, you should let any ulterior motives interfere with this decision. Ulterior motives? What are you saying, Yuri? In fact, that sounds like you guys are the ones with ulterior motives.
Excuse me?
Otherwise, this wouldn't have been made into such a big deal in the first place. That's completely false, Monika.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do, you know. You won't do as good of a job if you make us work alone.
Maybe that's true. Think of the club, Monika. If we want the event to succeed, then we need to appropriately distribute our resources.
So are you going to do the right thing, President?
Okay. I get it. It's technically most logical for John to have one of you two. So, I guess that's what we'll do. Kirishima still backs away from it. Although I think both girls were being George and Monika with this one. Like, Natsuki saying she scared us into wanting to spend time with her when she said once, you can spend time with me. That's not really scaring us into it. And Yuri saying... One thing I've noticed is Yuri is really good at making arguments. Like, Monika said about... Yuri accused Monika of ulterior motives. Monika says a fairly good argument that they sound like the ones with ulterior motives because they're making such a big deal out of it. Yuri's counter-argument is that's wrong. Natsuki has a bit of an advantage upon Yuri because she is so blunt. Because she says something that easily debunks like Monika's argument, which is they have a lot of work to do. Sayori already has Monika. It makes sense for the MC to have one of these two who have a lot to do. Decorations and baking isn't easy. So, do you have a preference, John? Not really. I like both of their events. But I just don't think after Yuri stopped wanting to spend time with us during the poetry event that it makes a lot of sense for us to spend time with Yuri. So we'll be going with Natsuki. I guess that's my preference right now. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. Oh, sorry, that was... Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. And you guys made it sound like a lot of work, so you could probably use 2 people.
Don't worry!
But...
Oh my god, what's happening? Don't worry! Baking is a ton of fun! You'll definitely agree!
Just a minute ago you were saying that
That's because... Never mind, okay?
Well, anyway, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course, I'm used to it after all. That's good. Even though Yuri's being melodramatic, it's a little hard to not feel bad.
So that's everything, right?
Sorry.
Anything else we need to talk about?
No, I think that's it. Are you guys excited?
Yes! Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome!
I don't think that really counts. What about you, John? Me? But I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri?
She's still sulking.
Natsuki starts pouting too.
It's not...
I mean, it's not that big of a deal or anything. Well, it might not be just that. I think that Yuri might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something... having to come up with something for her to do and then nobody offering to help.
That doesn't mean...
Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression. Look! Natsuki goes over and puts her hands down on Yuri's shoulders. Yuri, you really are the most talented one here. And you're going to make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too. But you're gonna make the atmosphere special. That'll be really important for the way that people feel during the performances. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit! Natsuki raises her hands and turns around to face the other direction. You didn't really mean that, did you?
Not really, but...
Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monika and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki, of all people, to be saying such encouraging things. But I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. She does her best. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make it a really great event. Yeah! I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. So I guess it's time for us to head out.
Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer.
I barely got to do any reading today, so... Fair enough, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monika and Yuri out the door as they chat between each other.
Where are you going?
Huh?
We still need to figure out plans for this weekend. You literally would have gotten home and realized that you didn't even have a way to contact me.
Oh, that's true. I have no idea that slipped my mind.
Jeez, good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? You better not make it weird or anything.
Why would I do that? Natsuki gives me her number.
Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients.
Wait, you're coming to my house?
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I just figured that since I'm the one helping, I would be going to your house.
Yeah, right. If I gotta get a guy over my house, that would kill me.
Really? That's kind of strict if you ask me.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything while Dad is home. Anyway, I just need to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. I guess I'll text you on coming over.
Alright, fine by me.
Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why you love baking so much. So you'd better look forward to it.
Oh? Didn't you say we're just going to give me the dirty work?
Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I can act like in front of everyone. That I was looking forward to this.
Wait, really?
Well, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so...
Alright, I get it. Sorry for reacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. See you on Sunday.
Never mind.
I can't believe this. That's going to become to my house on Sunday. Even though I would prefer to do this as Sayori. My anxiety still shoots to the roof. Notice how he once again didn't point out that we also picked Monika? And if you pick Monika before Sayori, he also just mentioned Sayori. And if you don't pick Sayori and just pick Monika before one of the other two, then he just acts like it never happened. I can't help but wonder if this feeling of like worthlessness, like the game basically tells her it's worthless, if that also adds to like Monika's building aggression towards like everything that this game represents. I guess I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, but who knows what will end up happening when we're outside of school. She told me she was looking forward to it. I shake my head. Why do I feel so nervous that Sayori finds out about this? It's not like we feel that way about each other. Besides, like Monika said, this is about the club. I have nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, then I'll have a good time. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I know she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We send each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned to conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club early the other day. It's not like we texted all the time or anything, but I'm worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monika said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's things aside when she might need me? I decide to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like I've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we've made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Sayori's not near on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's very strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom where I finally find her. Sayori?
Hi, John.
I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but is to tell that she's different. Just a minute of silence between us.
You haven't come out like this in a long time, have you?
Ah, I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now.
If you came home more often, it wouldn't be just a mess.
That's because I ended up cleaning it for you.
How come you suddenly want to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today?
Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know that? Sayori already left by the time we decided that last meeting.
Monika told me. It's only natural to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right?
Yeah, that's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be with Monika today?
Of course! But I'm just having you in line. We didn't plan to meet up or anything.
Ah, so it's just me and Natsuki then.
Yep.
There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing after you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. Sayori smiles, shaking her head.
That's no good, John.
Huh?
Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I did make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided if you come over today. It just wants to torture me.
Sayori! I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for it to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile.
You really put me in a trap, John. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time.
Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori?
You're just going to make me say it, aren't you, John? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me.
I'm in shock. I can't figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori?
Huh?
Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Even though there's only so much that I could do. I've tried a bit hard to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me.
You don't understand at all, John. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I want so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Having everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then, I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club. It feels like a spear going through my heart. So, that's why. That's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt.
You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do.
No, John. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am.
Tears streaked down Sayori's face.
I made you join the Lucha Club because I was selfish. And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. And that's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one!
Without thinking, I once again grabbed Sayori's shoulders. This time I'm pulled into a tight embrace.
John!
Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear.
No, don't do this to me. Please don't do this.
Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. And if there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return.
I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too.
Sayori lets me go. If she does so, I let her go as well. The festival's tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, right? Yeah. How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise.
I think that would be nice then.
Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel.
No, don't! Please don't! If you did that, and I really want to forgive you.
But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet me at my house. At the very least, you want to come along and help out. It'll be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right?
It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. But I'm trying my hardest.
It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about when Natsuki's about to come over too. I think Sayori's right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. Before we switch scenes, of course we probably should talk about this, right? So, yeah. The MC didn't handle it all that well with the like, I'll figure what needs to change, I'll make these feelings go away, I'll get mad if you don't tell me what you need and stuff. And of course the infamous line of, it almost feels I've been betrayed as your close friend or best friend. Right, I'm sorry, my brain is lagging. And, while it was wrong and he deserves to be criticized, he doesn't deserve to be scolded as much as he gets scolded. Because it's okay if you don't like him, but if you don't like him for not knowing how to handle the situation, then you probably don't want to go out in the real world and see how people tend to react. He handled it alright. You could tell that he really just wanted the best for Sayori. He really just didn't know what to say, and it makes sense. He had like his childhood where he spent a lot of time with Sayori. Sayori had her depression for her whole life. She was already behaving like this back then. There was no way he really would have expected that all that much. And besides, he even says like he talks when he talks with Yuri on Friday, if you go her route, that she's always talked about things that bothered her. So she does cry like during the argument. She isn't just happy all the time. She just seems like a very positive person, most likely. And after he had spent a lot of time with her, he then got into anime and manga, and like the teenager he is, his hormones decided you locked yourself up in your home and you just sit her and don't really interact with a lot. And depending on how much anime and like what games he played, he probably didn't watch or play things that would prepare him for this. I don't really like the teenager excuse because it's overall just life experience. I'm not a teenager anymore, but when I was one, I already knew how to end the situation. I was a teenager when I first played this game, and I was one of those people that scolded the MC for it. Because I already knew some things, because I went to therapy. Wasn't a good time for me. I actually did not. It wasn't helpful for me personally, but I did like my support groups. Those were very helpful for me. And I met a lot of people there. The majority of my friends are from there. So I have had a bit of experience there beforehand, so of course I knew I knew a few things about what to say and not to say. But the MC doesn't have any experience that at all, so how is he supposed to know? And it goes for adults too. If they have never really had an experience like this, then they probably don't know what to say. Besides, every person who's struggling with anything needs something else, needs a different kind of support. So that even complicates things. What he said about I'll get mad if you don't, and most material as a close friend is overall not good, but I can't blame him. I really can't. It's difficult on him too. So I get not liking for other things, like being Like, he didn't treat her. He did make some mistakes in their friendship too, but so did Sayori actually, so. Like, she did always break his boundaries and stuff and insult him too. So it appears to just be their, like, relationship. So. I really can't hate him at all. I do like him, honestly, even if he isn't that, like, interesting. As the other girls, it's like the girls. I still like him. So, and it makes sense that he right now is just like, trusts Sayori's word. And also that he doesn't want to think about it while the girl is over. Because imagine you come over and the person who you came over to is just depressed the whole time. It probably wouldn't be that good for the girl too. Anyway. Enough of this. Let's just continue. I spent only a few minutes back at home, anxiously waiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I open the front door to let her in. What's up? Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing such good clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison. Jeez, don't make me feel so awkward already! It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because they're used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in. I see you brought a lot of stuff. Natsuki's carrying a large bag that's probably full of baking supplies. Sorry, I need to drink something. Well, I didn't want to come all this way just to find out that your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You bought everything I asked you to, right? Yeah, I did. You see, Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home. Good! Glad I could count on you to do your part. Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that, rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she's a little different side of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen. What? You're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag for me? Where's the hospitality, John? Come on. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Natsuki goes out to me. This is ridiculously heavy! I carried that all the way here! Are you impressed? I see now. Yeah, I am impressed, Natsuki. It seems like I always underestimate you. It's become so small, isn't it? You jerk! Natsuki gets a fist into my chest. Hey. Your size has nothing to do with it. Do you really hate being small that much? Huh? It's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong when they only think I'm with my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people. But, jeez, never mind! What are you making me say? Don't think you make me talk about weird things just because I'm not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What? That's a little bit more like you. You're more fun when you just speak your mind like that. Hey! Now you are treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be all nicer to you, you know. And just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri, doesn't mean you should treat me like... Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki... Forget it! I didn't say anything! I should apologize. I appreciate you were trying to be nicer. I should have been a little bit more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know that there are tons of guys from the body types like yours. Yes, it's not tell her that it doesn't matter how attractive you are. Let's just say... people are into your body type. How would... You know that anyway. Just trust me on this one. Gross! Hey! Was that to me? Who else? Man, let's just get started already. You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. I finally found your weakness, John. Natsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there's no way I'm not fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now, finally starting to pull things out of her bag so that we can move on. So we can get started. By the way, if you do think Natsuki is attractive, that's fine by me. Because like I said, I'm not even a teenager anymore, and people confuse me for 14. Because I'm around her height. My voice is pretty high, as you can tell. Actually, a lot of my friends told me my voice isn't actually that childish. Maybe it just sounds like that to me, because in my head my voice sounds pretty deep, and on video it sounds pretty high. But also, I'm also flatter than Natsuki. And depending on the situation, like with my friends, I can also act like pretty childish sometimes. So I'm very often confused with 14. There are a few hints that, like, tell to me that Natsuki was intended to be younger. Like how she keeps getting referred to as the youngest. She could be the youngest of 18, but I don't know, it just feels a bit odd. But overall, nothing about her behavior looks ever told me that she wasn't an adult, because I'm not much better. I don't yell as much in actuality and stuff, but like, nothing about her screams like that must be a child to me. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. The mix isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so I've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki is babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking. John, where did you put the food coloring? The batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays. I think it's in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for? To color the batter, of course! I'm making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite. That's a cute idea. Are we doing anything like that with the icing? Do you want to? You're asking me? I don't have a preference, so... Come on! You're not putting any heart in this at all! Can't you at least try to have fun? I'm having fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki's trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see I separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. That does look pretty cool. See? It's not like baking, it's just about following instructions. The presentation's where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it in the end if just looking at it makes everyone's eyes line up. Like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes, and Sayori Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if we can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah, maybe I'll use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring. Yeah, it's getting there. We were using the electric mixer for the batter, so I got stuck with a whisk and a huge bowl for the icing. If the icing's still lumpy, are you even trying? Well, yeah. I'll just take a little longer. Jeez, I'll be all night if you do it like that. Here, look. Natsuki grabbed the whisk from me and used the other hand to tilt the bowl back. You really need to beat the crap out of it! After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing has already improved. See? As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it in her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same. Hey! Natsuki suddenly grabs my wrist. I don't want your gross fingers in my icing. Your icing, eh? I am forgetting who did all the work. I started right back, trying to inch my finger toward the bowl. Don't make me beat the crap out of you next. I'd like to see you try. I push harder, just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly skip some with my fingers, just as Natsuki tugs with all her might. Ugh! The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in turn. Gross! You got my face! Whose fault is that? There's a big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek. She tries to reach for her tongue, but it's too far away. Please. You know what? Take this! Natsuki instead rubs it off with her finger before shoving her finger toward my own face. You wish! Faster! I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Natsuki tries to use her other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well. Stop! Not until you apologize for calling me gross.
Fine, fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know? Saying dumb things just to get a reaction out of me. You really shouldn't tease girls like that.
Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. I take Natsuki's finger and put it in my mouth, licking off the icing.
What? Did you seriously just...
Natsuki is so surprised that she can't even figure out to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red.
John,
you really shouldn't have that kind of thing to girls. Unless you really like them. For me, the problem lies more with the consent. I have seen people do it without being in a romantic relationship and really not having that much of a romantic or sexual desire with the other person, so... For me, the problem mostly really just is... consent.
You know that, right?
What kind of question are you asking me? Just like that? How did the moon turn into this so quickly? Natsuki gazed at me in silence. I noticed her shallow breaths. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going off. Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put in the cupcakes yet.
No wonder! You left a dirty tray in here, dummy! How could you make a mistake like that?
You should have checked before turning the oven on!
Don't blame me for your mistakes! Jeez.
Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. She sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops.
Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now.
Yeah. The tension from before still lingers over our heads, but the moment has already been lost. I watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing like nothing ever happened.
That smells so good!
The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. As soon as Natsuki opens the oven, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room.
Look at how cute they all look!
She proudly shows off the different colored cupcakes in each of the trays. They look even better once we add the icing.
Not like you need to tell me that! I bought decorating stuff so we can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags.
Natsuki hands me some plastic bags.
I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. This one can even make flowers. We probably won't be using it this time though.
What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has much thinner tip than the others.
That one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or the patterns. But you can also use it to write stuff on a cake. Like, happy birthday, or whatever.
Oh, I see. That gives me an idea, actually.
Huh?
Well, it's a literature event, right? We could make it more literature-themed by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on the word they like. Reference to the poetry minigame.
I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid. But that's actually a really good idea, so...
Maybe I'm getting it from you.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute!
Come on. We're not at school, nobody's judging. You can dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute.
Well...
Natsuki's voice trails off.
Same with you.
Eh? Did you say something?
No! Nothing! Let's just do the icing!
Natsuki picks up the paste and fastens a nozzle onto each of the bags.
There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it.
Without giving me a chance to think about before, Natsuki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing, and then we each get to work. When we're finally finished, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work.
Look how pretty they all are together!
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
I wish I could have one now.
Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that.
Well, yeah, but... my dad's making dinner tonight, so I need to save my appetite.
Sarah's the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, we'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner.
Come on, that's just unhealthy. Besides, my dad cooks. I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway, I was hoping we'd have time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner.
Oh, already? That's a shame.
It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you always have this chance.
Man, as usual, Natsuki places the blame on me.
You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, then you can probably do it in one trip.
Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any.
I wish you would listen to me the way she listens to you.
Yeah. I again think back to conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so helpless. Sayori always does listen to me, but at that point it felt like she couldn't listen to me at all.
Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today!
You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Natsuki's already about to leave. It feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that, did I even take the opportunity to get closer to her like I wanted?
Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything.
I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Natsuki.
Eh?
What you said before about not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You show how much fun baking can be, like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? I think that's possible. I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want to read manga or go out somewhere,
do you really mean that?
Natsuki looks at me tensely like she's trying to hide expression. Yeah. I want to spend more time with you.
John, I thought you only cared about getting this done. I'm sorry to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so...
Natsuki suddenly gets closer to me. Wait, Natsuki! Not standing inches from me, Natsuki looks up at me. I feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision, along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breaths against me.
I felt it for a while now.
Natsuki suddenly jumps back.
Sayori! Hi, John.
Sayori! Just now we weren't...
It's okay, John. I just stopped by to say hi. Well, you should have come a little earlier. I'm on my way out, so... Oh, really? That's too bad. Yeah, well... I'll still do the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later.
Clearly flustered, Natsuki is off, and Sayori waves goodbye. Sayori! I thought you didn't want to come over today!
Well, I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see it for myself.
See what? What are you talking about?
You know, how much fun you were with Natsuki, and how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me.
Tears start to fall down Sayori's face.
That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, John? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is split in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear.
Sayori, don't say that.
It's true, John. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monika was right. I should just...
Monika? Monika's right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So, if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain.
But...
Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her.
I'm scared, John. I'm really scared.
What are you scared of, Sayori?
I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me.
Sayori? It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself.
John, I like you so much that I want to die! That's how I feel!
And that's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings. I know what you need the most right now. And that's what I'm going to give to you. Sayori. I love you. Those are my true feelings. So, there's no way you could like me more than I like you. I should have realized it sooner. But spending time with everyone at the club, making new friends, and having fun with you every day, it helped me realize that you are truly the most important person to me. That's why I accept any of your burdens. As long as we continue like this every day, with you by my side, then I know we'll both be happy.
John.
Suddenly, Sarah's arms tightly around me.
John, is this really okay?
Yeah. I hold Sarah in my arms and pull her closer. You'll never have to let go of me again.
I love you, John. I want to be with you forever.
Me too. I feel Sarah's grip around me weaken a little bit.
What is this?
Sayori?
I'm supposed to be happy right now. I always thought this would be the happiest moment for me. But why? Even now, I want the rain clouds to go away. They're not going away at all, John.
It's okay, Sayori. It might take some time for things to get better again. But no matter how long it takes, I'll be there every step of the way. That's all that matters right now.
Okay. I trust you.
Sarah and I slowly release each other. So, I guess that makes the fest tomorrow our first date, huh?
What are you saying? I don't want to think about those things, you know? I want everything to be the same as it always has been. Even if we really are a couple. I don't know if I could handle anything more right now. It's really new and scary to me.
I understand. We'll go whatever pace suits you best.
Hey, John.
Sarah gazed at me once again, smiling sadly.
Even if I get really, really sad, this is the best thing for me. Right?
Eh? I don't understand what Sayori means by that. Are you saying that this is making you feel sad, Sayori?
I don't know. I don't understand what I'm feeling. I felt like a bunch of thorns when you told me you love me. But that's why I want to trust you. You know what's best for me.
Yeah, I do. That's my promise. I say that, but in reality, I've never felt more uncertain when it comes to Sayori. I know that I love her, and she loves me, but I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is, even though I can comfort her. I keep wondering if we should be doing something more, or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. Is that what Sayori meant by not wanting anything to change? I don't know. But I'll know to give it everything I've got. Sayori's the most important person to me. And I'll do whatever it takes to have a happy future with her. The happy thoughts PNG has come up. Sorry, I'm a bit shaken up. By the way, I'm pretty sure this is drawn by Sayori because she did mention in the side story balance that she draws stick figures. But Monika's probably the most likely the one who put it in the files. I don't know why though. I mean, it could have just glitched, but I don't know. Maybe she wanted to warn us, or it's the last thing that Sayori drew, or I don't know. I've done some weird things when bad things happen to me, so it could just be that. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where we'd be walking to go Sayori, but Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funny enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monika, I'm sure the event will be great too. John! You're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monika's placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a poem online that I thought Monika would like and submitted it. So, that's when I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sahi with you. Yeah, she was slept again. That dummy. You'd think that in days as important, she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday, and I suddenly feel awful knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. All this is because the way I'm used to thinking, but maybe I should have gone to wake up after all? You should take responsibility for her, John. I mean, especially with your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know. Exchange? Monika, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president, after all. But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell about it that quickly? They were a couple now. I didn't really plan on bringing that up with anyone yet. Jeez, you don't know the full story at all, so don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Eh? Monika's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like that will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki's and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Percentage. Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. John? What's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to get Sayori, so... well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself! Monika calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I open the door and let myself in. Sayori? She really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking up in her own house. That really is something that a boyfriend would do, isn't it? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy! There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be! This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I'd be there for her. I told her that was best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Confessing to her. I should have confessed to her. It's not what Sayori needed at all. She even told me I'm paying for this feather to care about her. Then why did I confess to her and make her feel even worse? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. I went so undone to tell me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked to the school, and made friends with her like it always has been, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this! Screw the magic club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful. And I wasn't careful enough. And now I carried this girl with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never. 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 I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Depending on the day, the scene really hits me hard. Because I lost someone that way, so I can get really emotional about this. I wouldn't be playing the game if it would bother me for that long, so if anyone's concerned, this has happened multiple times. I broke down crying, and it sometimes can be really helpful, actually. Sometimes crying helps me a lot, so it's not so bad. I like games that make me emotional, so it's one of the reasons why this game means so much to me. Because I do feel for all the characters, but it's just... Usually I also can sometimes cry during other scenes, but I guess today was definitely this one. Okay. Before we end the Sayori route, of course we need to look at the last few things and maybe discuss something about Monika before we end it. And I'm sorry for it made it comfortable when I when I start crying. Or maybe you feel seen. So trace back the TXT, of course. I'm sorry, but an uncut exception occurred. And then here's the infamous part. Restart top context. Oh jeez. I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a sec, I can probably fix this. I think... Actually, you know what? This would probably be a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Well, here goes nothing. So... we can already see Monika already has spiraled into her apathy. But this once again shows that it wasn't the intention. Like, what is she trying to fix? And if deleting Sayori is the easier path than whatever she tried to do, then why she didn't from the get-go if she really didn't care about them from at the beginning? Most noticeably, something I've noticed is Sayori only gets deleted right after we enter the room. And so that probably Monika decided that because she actually didn't want us to see that. Furthermore, can be theorized because the background starts twitching out and it looks like someone is trying to restart the game. But that's also just like more in theory stuff. I also want to talk about... You can also tell that she already started growing apathetic before the traceback because of those puns. While I never got around to watch it, someone on the internet someone on the internet told me that Dan Salvato states in his playthrough that apparently Monika says like these puns while thinking of it as like how players make jokes about characters suffering when I don't get attached to them. Which only makes sense if Monika immediately detached herself from Sayori as soon as Sayori was dead. And so she had to immediately delude herself into thinking that they aren't real and she didn't care. Because otherwise, how do you live with the guilt of that? Because Monika was attached to Sayori. You can tell that by specific things in Act 3 that she says, and like I said, how much her she's so much more demotivated, passive-aggressive, easily annoyed after Sayori's death, and that's most likely because at this point she has deluded herself. Now that she's deluded herself into thinking, she is a lot more passive-aggressive, of course, and of course cares a lot less about the well-being of the other two remaining members, because she already is pretty apathetic. But you can tell that she was affected by it. And in Act 3 there are even a few hints that she might even doesn't think herself the pun is, doesn't think of the pun as funny herself. It almost comes across close to a coping mechanism by which she tries to convince herself that she wasn't attached to Sayori. Because she honestly did care before Sayori died. As after Sayori died that everything went to hell, so... That doesn't make what she did better, but... the idea that Sayori wanted them dead from the get-go is disproven from the fact that she says deletion is the easier route. So whatever she tried to do beforehand wasn't as easy as deletion, but she still didn't want them gone. And she is, like I said, still very into the club in Act 1, and you can see it slowly falling apart in Act 2, so... yeah, that's all I need to still say. Aside maybe from, like, one thing I've been wondering is the percentage poem, like the final poem. I wonder if, like, Monika glitched Sayori out, or if maybe the poem is a result of Sayori glitching out due to Monika amplifying her depression, or maybe Sayori intentionally made it. Monika intentionally made it worse, and she, in hopes that Sayori would seem like, get out of my head. She seems a little bit unstable, and maybe she thought it would drive us further away. We don't know where it was written. It could also be that Sayori just wrote it, but then the percentage sign doesn't make much sense. But I'm pretty sure after the percentage sign, it's like actual thoughts that she had. Just who knows if it was with Monika's influence, really, and how much and how Monika influenced her at that point in time. Anyway, this was the Sayori route in Act 1. Once again, I'm sorry for anyone I made uncomfortable with my crying. It's fine. Everything's fine. And if you have lost someone that way, then I just hope you know that it's not your fault. Mental health problems are hard, and if you didn't know how to say, then it really isn't your fault. I hope you can recover. Even though I'm crying still about these things, I have gotten a lot better, and I hope you have. Hope you are like me and have people who support you through these times. And I'm sorry, I kind of want to say something motivating, but I'm a bit shaken up, like I said. It wasn't your fault. I hope you can heal. And just know that you're not alone. Okay? That's all. Have a nice day. even though we just talked about something like this. But I still hope you have a relatively nice day. A night, a good night, an evening, I don't know, morning. Just I hope the rest of the day is nice for you. Stay safe, and know that people really care about you.